Good to go? All right. I bring this meeting to order at 5:34. Has everyone done roll call? Okay, terrific. All right, in-person meeting practices, information, and guidelines. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input in our meetings. However, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but a meeting to conduct the district's business in public. Everyone shall have a chance to express their opinions respectfully within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that a board is able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel or in person at the Newark City Council chambers. Spanish translation is available in person. Do we have any public comment on closed session? Thank you. In closed session, we will be discussing consideration of student grade/records, records challenge, appeal Ed Code sections 35146, 49066, and 49070. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, 3 cases. Student expulsion, case number E2425-08. Conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, Employee Organizations, CSEA, and NTA. Thank you. We will go to closed session. returning from closed session. The only thing I need to report out is that the appeal has been continued until the June 11th meeting by the board, and the board has given further direction to the superintendent for that meeting. All right, please make sure that your speaker cards for public comment are turned in as soon as possible. Per Board Law 9323, we will have about 40 minutes for public comment. If we have more than 13 cards on the agenda, for agenda and non-agenda items combined, we will reduce the amount, but I don't believe we're in that situation for tonight. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As a reminder, on the dais and in the room, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. Approval of the agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item? All right, may I have a motion for the agenda, please?
I move that we approve the agenda.
Thank you. And a second?
A second.
Thank you. And a vote, please. All right, thank you. With 5. We have no student report tonight as Lee is gone. Oh, did she give us something to read? Oh, fabulous. Thank you.
Would you like me to read that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and our beloved Newark community. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight and to share some exciting updates and accomplishments from Newark Memorial High School. To start, we recently enjoyed a fantastic evening of music at the Newark Memorial Band and Choir Spring Break Concert. This took place on May 9th. Thank you to all the students and staff who made that event a success. The Puente program graduated their seniors during the annual Senior Night celebration on Thursday, May 15th in the theater. It was a heartfelt evening honoring the hard work and dedication of our students. Seniors are geared up for Senior Spirit Week, which began today on May 20th. It's a time for our seniors to come together, make memories, and celebrate the end of their high school journey. Over the past 2 weeks, our students were immersed in AP testing and are so proud of their hard work throughout the year. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize some outstanding student artists. A huge shout out to our Newark Memorial High School Art Club members, President Julia Contaxio, Donovan Yang, and Jessica Lopez, who were recently featured in the Tri-City Voice for their beautiful mural created for Washington Hospital. Congratulations to each of these incredible accomplishments. In athletics, we are thrilled to share with you that our softball team has made it to the NCS Division II playoffs as the 8th seed, and our baseball team has also cleared a spot in the NCS Division II playoffs as the 16th seed. Let's wish both of these teams great success on their continued journey. Looking ahead for the upcoming events, athletics is excited to host the 44th Annual Athletic Awards Night this Wednesday, a night dedicated to celebrating our incredible student athletes. And finally, Newark Memorial students will have a special opportunity to visit Birch Grove Elementary School this Thursday, where they'll connect with and inspire the next generation of Cougars. As we approach the end of the school year, there's so much to celebrate. Our students have worked hard, grown tremendously, and are now preparing for their final chapter. Sorry, next chapter, not final. Graduation for the class of 2025 will be held on Friday, May 30th. The middle school promotion will be held on May 28th. These momentous days for our graduates and their families. We look forward to honoring their achievements and sending them off with pride. Have a great evening. And that's from our
Thank
student board
you.
member who couldn't be with us this evening. She has another commitment.
Could we clarify middle school graduation? I thought it was Thursday. Is it Wednesday?
It's Wednesday.
Okay, it is Wednesday. Okay, thank you. All right, employee organizations, NTA?
All right, good evening, School Board President, School Board members, Executive Cabinet. For my days as NTA President is coming to an end, and so for one of the last few times, my name is Sherryville, and I'm President of our NTA. Before I get started talking about our Employee of the Year, Arlene Cordero, I would just like to say welcome to Mr. Mike Williams and July Cordova, yeah. New administrators to our district, so on behalf of NTA, welcome. All right, so our Employee of the Year, Arlene Cordero. I haven't had the privilege to be a colleague working alongside of Arlene as she worked at music school and Newark Middle School, but I will say that her co-workers there hold her to high esteem. So I am going to read some words regarding Arlene written by one of her co-workers. Arlene is a dedicated teacher who puts tremendous energy into building relationships with her students and colleagues, and she maintains structure and accountability within her classroom at all times. Students are drawn to her because of her consistency and constant modeling of the behaviors and character traits she teaches and then expects from them in return. Ms. Cordero creates productive bridges between school and home for all students, and there is a great sense of positive community in her classroom. Arlene is an amazing co-worker who never keeps score regarding the distribution of duties and responsibilities, and is the consummate team player. She works consistently with all general education teachers to advocate for student IEPs, accommodations, and services. Ms. Cordero is an outstanding communicator with both students and colleagues. This kind of proactive and positive approach leads to student success in every classroom setting. As a colleague, Ms. Cordero is respectful to all, regardless of title or position, really listens to the input of others, and is reflective of everyone's contributions. Arlene has served as a member of our inter-district leadership team and has served as our special education department chair as well. Arlene is admired and respected by her coworkers, and while her refreshing humility keeps her from outwardly promoting her unique positive qualities, I cannot think of a better candidate for Employee of the Year. The bottom line is that Arlene Cordero is an incredible asset to our education community, and we are all fortunate to have her as an NUSD teacher. She has all the traits and qualities of a successful educator, and she is an absolutely worthy of Employee of the Year. So congratulations to Arlene Cordero, and that's all I have.
Excellent. CSEA. And Numa?
Good evening, President Jones, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet members. Invitations to graduations and promotions and end-of-year activities have been sent out to all of our elementary, middle school, high school, and Bridgepoint communities. The community is looking forward to celebrating our students' accomplishments during our promotions and graduations. We want to thank all NUSD members invested in our students' education, certificated, classified, maintenance, child nutrition, custodians, office staff. Everyone has taken a part in raising our students. New, we would like to provide you an update with our newly elected board for the 2025-2026 school year. President, Christy Palomino. Secretary, Jody Croce. Treasurer Ashley Acosta. NUMA would also like to welcome Julie Cordoba as our BGP principal and Michael Williams as HR of Superintendent. We wish our community a wonderful, safe, and healthy summer together.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Toya, public comment cards? Thank you. All right, Ms. Parks, do you want to speak at the time of the items? Thank you. All right, moving on to superintendent's report.
Thank you. I have just a couple of things I'd like to share with the community. First of all, we're very excited about the upcoming graduation and promotional activities that are happening on all of our sites. We're so excited for the work that's been done this year to help prepare our kids for their future. Just a very big shout out to all of our staff and our families for such a wonderful school year that we've had. Additionally, I also want to share there's been a request for me to be able to review the calendars, especially for the end of the year. The last day of the school has traditionally been a minimum day. We did do some calendar changes earlier in the school year, as you may recall, with the high school and middle school, but we didn't do anything with the elementary school. So I'm taking a look at that, and I'm working with staff to see if we can make that happen for the last day, and we will update the community very shortly in our schools if we can make that happen. And then I just want to thank all the staff that's involved with making that happen, and I want to thank the union as our partner for helping us look at some other ways that we might be able to help restructure that. So for the future, though, I can tell you for the 25-26 school calendar, the last day with students is a minimum day across the entire district. That's already been board approved, so that's already set for next year. These calendars were prepared 3 years ago, and so just a piece that we want to go back. We want to go back and take a look and make sure that there's no penalties to us making that change, and that we can do so within our system. So we're working on that. And with that, my next piece that I would like to be able to share with you is a very special staff report. And I'm so excited this evening to be able to share with you Memorial High School class of 1974. They are going to do a very special presentation for our board. And I'd like to invite them to come up, have them introduce themselves to you. They've been working very hard on this. And it's really a very special moment within the history right here of our school district. So welcome, and thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Cliff Edson. I'm from Memorial High School, class of 1974. I don't know how many of you know our history. I know you know your history, at least from Newark Memorial standpoint, right? But before Newark Memorial, it was just Memorial. And so we were the first graduating class from Memorial High School in 1974. This is my classmates. This is Annette Newts.
Hi.
Good evening.
And Annette's family has been here for 5 generations in Newark. She's not here currently, but they have a lot of roots in town. And Bob DeRoche. And that is an original jacket.
I love it.
So our colors. And they went to Newark. Well, so I'll tell you about that too. So our colors were gold and black. That was the original colors. We, as the first graduating class from 1974, we were allowed to pick our colors and pick our mascot. And our mascot was a Patriot back then. So it changed in 83, I think it was, 1983. So we're here because we had class reunion, 50 year, believe it or not. Doesn't seem like it to me, but that's what it was. We had a 50-year class reunion last August. We got together, Bob called a couple of us and said, hey, let's try to do something. So we got together and we worked on our class reunion for 1.5 years. It's hard to find people when they're spread all over the country, you know, at least at this age. And then it's hard to get them here, let me tell you. So, but we had 150 I think it was 152 people show up, and that was 4 classes. Because we came from Newark High School when Newark was a high school. I went to Newark High School, Bob, and we all went to Newark High School for 2 years. And Newark decided that we needed 2 high schools at that time. So then we were on this side of town, so we got transferred to a brand-new school, Memorial High School. And so when we had our class reunion, and I was happy to hear when you first spoke about what your bylaws are, I guess it is. You said look for our future and learn from our past. Well, so we went to Dr. Murphy. You around here? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, we never met this guy before. And he's only been around for, a couple of years, probably? But I want to tell you something. The guy's a jewel. The guy is a jewel. And he opened his arms to us, and he's set up a way for us to come into the school and have a tour through our reunion. And because when we first started the school, there were 3 buildings. There was no gym. There was no football field. There was no pool. We had 3 buildings, right? And a lot of cow pasture around us. So we had challenges. We had our graduation at Newark High School when Newark was a high school. That was our graduation. We used to play our football games at Newark High School because we didn't have a football field. And we had a small band. I was in the Newark High School marching band for 2 years. We had 148 people in that band back then. So we used to travel all over the state, and we was able to get awards from all over the state because it was a very, very good school. And at that time, Jerry Turney was the band director at that time. I know, I could probably mention a lot of teachers and stuff. You guys won't know them because we're way past that now, right? So, and we could not find anything. We were there. We couldn't find anything. And that kind of, we had a lot of people went through that tour, and that kind of shocked people. And, that the history was completely wiped out. And so learning from your past is important, just like you guys say. So when students go to that school, they don't know their history. They don't know their real past. And so what we'd like to do, we got together as a committee, and like I say, we've been working on this for a little while. We got together as a committee, we had our reunion, and we have some funds left over, and we want to present the school with a legacy gifts, right? So can you go to the last slide? So if you look at this slide here, you can see what was left there from classes after us, actually. Kind of looks like gravestones, right? We're not gone yet. So what we want to do is we want to present, and we thought about this, and we want to present the school with something that shows a progression of time from when we were there. It's really important to us because when we went to that school, everybody was close. We didn't have divisions. We didn't have fights. Everybody got along pretty darn good because we were all thrown into it, at one time. We had very good teachers. We had excellent principal. I mean, it was just all things you don't hear about anymore. Yeah, we didn't have computers. So our typing class was on a typewriter. We didn't have computers. So So we thought it's important to try to present something that would recognize not only our past, but a real hold on the future as well. Because we know that Memorial High School Patriots no longer exist, and you won't find it anywhere. But we want to present that. We also want to present Newark High School, because they were a part of it as well. And there's a lot of people that I know that I went to school with that are a little bit surprised about that as well. I know Dr. Murphy has a sweater in his office, in the school office, and it's a Newark High School sweater. He also has a drum major outfit. He didn't know it was a drum major outfit, but he has an outfit that he has in his closet, actually.
It's actually getting framed.
So he's getting it framed, and it was a drum major outfit from Newark High School. Didn't see any drum major outfit or any type of uniforms or anything from Memorial High School, and that's how Memorial High School started. Was that way? Okay. Can you please go back now to the first slide? Sure. Thank you. She needs a raise. By the way, she's really good. So we came up. We're not. We don't have a bunch of money, but we have a few $1,000s that we want to spend on our legacy gift for Memorial High School. So we are 74 to 78 really is what came to our reunion. That's the majority of the folks. And it actually went on to 82, but not too many people from 82 came because the original people were just us. Next one, please. So in the 70s, Newark was growing, and I'm going to go over some of this over again. A new school was needed. The result was one school becomes two. All students attend the original school in the morning, afternoon session. That's the way it started for us, morning and afternoon session. And until the new school was ready to move in. Now also the school at that time was basically like a warehouse inside. It didn't have walls. It had maybe 4 classes in one big area. And so we had lots of everybody else to wave at while we were learning our subjects. So being students at an unfinished school, it taught us how to do more with less. We made out just fine. We learned more than subjects. We learned that our opinion mattered as we were able to choose our mascot and our school colors. And so this was the same time that American High School was brand new. So American High School, we were the Patriots, but American High School got the red, white, and blue colors. So we picked gold and black. We adapted the change in vision that the district saw in an open space concept. That was what I was talking about, how the school building was large and inside there were no walls, just classes placed in different areas. We bonded over the opportunities to create a foundation, and I mean a foundation means is not a foundation like a money foundation, it's like our cement, or what we were standing on. For ourselves and our future patriots of our school. Teachers, too, were given these unique opportunities, as we had many young teachers come there from different places, and they were actually given the opportunity to come. Some of them wouldn't come unless they could bring other teachers, their friends, and that's how we got our teachers. We had very good teachers. We were an integral part of creating our Memorial High Patriots, which has now become Newark Memorial High School Cougars. What's most important to us is that the spirit of Newark Memorial lives in our memories because it is a part of our heritage. So I don't know if you can understand how many of us felt when we went into our school that we graduated from and we were basically eliminated. We were gone, nothing there that said we were there. There was one trophy in a trophy case that one of our students got inducted to that Hall of Fame, and that was 20 or 30 years after we graduated. Next one, please. So we decided to contribute memorabilia to display school pride and heritage of all of the high schools that made Newark Memorial. Create reflections of the legacy traditions established in 62 to 72 when two schools existed in Newark. Following in 1982, consolidation in Newark Memorial was established and history was lost. And we searched, we looked through the school. So Dr. Murphy was kind enough to let us check in, the closets and places that maybe some memorabilia or anything would be there, and there was none. We want to provide Newark Memorial Cougars students and staff, families with a glimpse of our school history and its roots, the school's roots. In collaboration with Newark Memorial Art Department in creation of a mural that depicts the history and legacy of the school. Next one, please. So we started, I can't say enough about Dr. Murphy. I mean, he really rolled out the red carpet for us. He even came over to our reunion just to show his face and say hi to as many people as he could. And that was pretty late at night. Of course, we go to bed pretty early now. So we suggested a mural in the cafeteria because we figured the cafeteria is a good spot, that there's a lot of people that go through the cafeteria, and it would be a really nice place for a mural. Right now, it's just mainly all white walls. Now, when we went to that cafeteria, it was only half the size it is now. It was twice as big now. I mean, we walked in there and said, holy cow. So we'd like to highlight all of the school's colors and mascots. Newark High School was the Newark Knights. Memorial High School was the Memorial Patriots. And of course now, Newark Memorial High School is the Cougars. So we'd like to display Letterman jackets and sweaters. Bobby's gonna donate his jacket. We have one of our committee members, Sherry Wright. She has a sweater from the school, and from school time, and she's gonna donate that. We are putting them in a case, and we'll be able to display them. We're just gonna gift them to you guys. Display Fallen Patriot banners. We have a banner that of our fallen patriots, people that went to school with us that are no longer here. And that's a good lesson for kids. Life don't last forever. And so, to make the most out of life while you can and do the right things is a good lesson for these kids to learn. Display the reunion attendees banner. We have a banner that everybody that came to the reunion signed, and we'd like to display that somewhere. We were thinking, it's up to Dr. Murphy really, but we thought the library would be a good place for that. And it's just history, right? And then it has, everybody that was at the reunion has their signature on it. We bought a trophy case that it's not very big. It's 4 feet by 3 feet. And and we'd like to put that in the office. And it's gonna be full of memorabilia. We have we have all kinds of stuff, little flags, pictures, rings. We have school rings and stuff that, different things that shows the history, some of the history of what it was. We are working right now on a custom metal art piece, and that one's a little expensive. And it's going to depict a historical timeline designed and created by an alumni of class of 74 and 76. They both were in art class in our school, in Memorial High School back then. And they started their own company, and they have been doing art, and that's how they make their living even today. So they've made a good living at it. And so, can I have the next one, please? Now, here's the good part. So Dr. Murphy introduced us to this young lady right here, Sophia Guerrera. Sophia goes to your Newark Memorial High School. We met her a couple of weeks ago. Dr. Murphy, we send each other emails and texts, and we explained to him what we would like to see in the mural. He handed that information to Sophia. Sophia came up with this, it's her design, came up with this as the mural. We couldn't believe what this young lady created. It was exactly what we think it should be. And so this is a picture of Sophia up there. And she is standing next to just the outline of what the mural will be. And you can see it's in the cafeteria, and where it's going to be, it'll probably be about maybe 18 to 20 feet wide, and right there on the wall. It's a good spot for it because there's nothing there, and it will depict basically a timeline. Next one, please. So this is a rendition of, it's not hers. I'm telling you, this was done by one of our committee members, but she's gonna take it and she's gonna make it hers, and she will. She's the one that came up with the scroll, and we thought, well, and when I first seen the scroll, it was just a drawing, and there was no colors or anything, and I was trying to figure it out, and then we realized, well, the scroll is history. And each of these characters are stepping out of history, and they're showing us what they were. So Sophia is going to do this scroll and do this mural. And she's a junior this year, so hopefully she'll have time. But we can't say enough about her. She's really bright. You can see on top some of the sweaters that are, and jackets that are going to be displayed. We'd like to see Cougars have, if they have, I don't know what they have. I know they have a jacket because I can see it, but I don't know if they have a sweater or a band uniform or something else, something to be displayed. That's the other thing. I went into the band room. There's nothing on the walls there either that shows anything about past or, so I sent Dr. Murphy a bunch of pictures of the high school marching band, because I was in the band with Newark and Memorial. So he has pictures that we can frame and put in there as well. The band was quite the deal. Next one, please. So here's the two guys that graduated from Memorial High School, and this is their company, Vigil Art. And they do metal art, and you can see some of the art that they do there. It's very, very high-end art, and so we are currently working with them to come up with something that will be spectacular, because we believe that Newark Memorial High School deserves spectacular. Okay, next one, please. And this is some of the memorabilia that we will have, and there's a display case, rings. We have articles and different things from the past that we'd like to put in that display case for all to see. And is there one more? Okay, so the action plan is what I've been explaining. The goal is to provide a historical account of the school from its conception to present and create a living legacy that can be built on and continue, not just a plaque in the garden or under the flagpost that looks like a headstone. I mean, I appreciate the fact that these folks in the past were able to do that and put these long living their legacies as they seen it. But as we see it, it needs to be something more. It needs to bring the past, the present, and the future alive, and give these kids and the parents and the school board or school members an actual account of where they came from, and if you have a good foot on where you came from, you can go far. So that's what we feel about it. And as you can tell, I haven't spoken in front of people in a long time. So,
Did great. Thank you so
All
much
right,
for your
thank you.
presentation. It was fabulous.
thanks.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the board members to come down. I'd like to be able to get a picture with our former graduates from our classes. I think this is such a historic moment that talks about being able to create and restore some history. I'm so grateful for all the time and your energy that you've put into this to make sure there really is a legacy and that our students know what their past was and how important it is as they become Cougars now, but they also are able to represent the many generations of the past. So thank you so very, very much for all your time and efforts that have gone into this. I know countless hours have been going into this. Mr. Pat Irby has talked to me about, the breakfast planning that you all have done. He's been keeping me informed throughout the past year. And I just really want to thank you for your dedicated services and for making sure that that history continues here at Newark.
That's all we can ask. Thank you very much.
We're going to come down and take a picture.
Do you want it by the flag or just in front of you? Tracy, do you want it by the flag right there? Oh, I think the flag right there. Yeah, just standing right there, in an arc.
Yeah, it looks, it's impressive.
Okay, we're gonna come together, get an arc. Okay. Center? All right. Maybe, yeah. Let's move over a little bit, yeah, or, yeah. I just don't want this. Okay. Over. And if you can angle your bodies, that would be great. There you go. All right, on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I do one more. 1. Oh, look. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you.
Do we need to stay?
So we have a drive. Mine is 3 hours. So,
Thank you so much for coming
so,
tonight.
thank you for allowing us to be on your agenda, and thank you,
You're very
Tracy,
welcome.
for
So good to
supporting
have
us.
you here. I look forward to working with you this year.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I just get one thing to say. I just told Tracy, when you close the school down, don't throw all their memories away. Let somebody have a chance to get it.
Madam President, I still have a couple more things I'd like to be able to share. We have a very exciting announcement, and I'm going to turn it over to our Interim Assistant Superintendent Kim Ortiz. She's going to make this very special announcement in celebration.
It's with great privilege and honor to recognize our Alameda County Office of Education Employee of the Year recognition program here in Newark. We are elated to announce that Arlene Cordero, Newark Middle School educator, and Mark Johnson in our Maintenance and Operations Department have been selected as the 2025 Employees of the Year. Their dedication, hard work, and commitment to our school district truly exemplify the spirit of excellence we strive for every day. So starting with Mark, is Mark here? We are going to recognize Mark. We're honored that he's given 28 years of service to our district, tireless dedication and an unwavering commitment to keeping our schools running safely and efficiently. From early mornings to late nights, Mark has consistently gone above and beyond to ensure that our facilities are well maintained and our campuses are safe. Whether solving problems behind the scenes or responding to urgent needs with professionalism and care, Mark exemplifies the pride and purpose that define the MOT team. Over nearly 3 decades, Mark has earned the respect and admiration of colleagues across departments. His deep knowledge, strong work ethic, and dependable nature have made him an invaluable part of our school community. But what truly sets Mark apart is the personal touch he brings to every task. Whether fixing a lock, maintaining our grounds, mentoring a colleague, he brings kindness, reliability, and a positive spirit that lifts those around him. So we congratulate Mark on this well-deserved recognition, and his years of dedicated service will have a lasting legacy. So let's give Mark a round of applause. Mark Johnson. Our certificated employee of the year, Arlene Cordero. We're elated that Arlene was selected by her colleagues, and it's with great pride, and deep appreciation that we recognize her. With 13 years of dedicated experience spanning elementary grades, special day class, and resource settings, Arlene brings a wealth of experience, heart, and unwavering commitment to every student she supports. Throughout her career, Arlene has consistently demonstrated what it means to lead with empathy, skill, and professionalism. Her ability to meet students where they are and guide them toward their fullest potential has had a lasting impact, not only on the students themselves, but also on the families and colleagues lucky enough to work alongside her. Arlene continues to be a cornerstone of support, advocacy, and inspiration. Her passion for inclusive education, creating teaching approaches, and collaborative spirit have helped build a stronger and more connected learning community at Newark Middle School. We congratulate Arlene on this well-deserved recognition. Her years of service and dedication have changed lives, and we are all better because of her. She will be recognized at Alameda County Office of Ed Recognition Program in October, as will Mark Johnson. So congratulations. So I believe Arlene is here. Arlene, stand up.
Come up here, Arlene. Yes, let's take another picture. Absolutely.
Congratulations. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
And I turn it back over to you. That concludes my, my comments. I know we've got some other things coming up later on this evening, and we'll be making some other important introductions.
Okay. The next thing on the agenda is the purchase of a van for child nutrition services. The amendment for that.
Yes, thank you. Before you, as you may recall, the board made a commitment a few weeks ago about purchasing a van for child nutrition. Upon doing a little bit more research, we found that we needed to make a e-purchase of a vehicle. We are currently in search of an vehicle that qualifies underneath the standards of what they need for child nutrition services, and so we are asking that we make a switch, and we will bring back the final purchase to the board, but it will not exceed the dollar amount that you already approved.
Okay, great. Do we need to take a vote on that, or is that more just informational?
I think it's information for now, and if you're okay with the approval, unless there's some reason why you'd want to have further discussion that you've got concerns, I'd like to know that in advance.
Okay. Anyone have any comments? Okay, I think you're good.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is a resolution 2024-25.42, committed fund balance for 2024-25.
Thank you. Before you this evening is the committed funds, where we are asking the board to make a movement. These funds are to be able to help pay for Measure O and for the board election that occurred this past year. We've received the bill. We were not given a full estimate in advance, but this is the total. We kind of had various bills kind of coming in during the entire process. And something in the future that I think we probably ought to set aside a certain percentage every single year to be able to plan for it, but that's not been a practice. And so I wanted to ask the board to be able to use the committed funds to be able to make that purchase.
Okay. Any comments from anyone? Yes, Member Hill.
Thank you, Superintendent. Just a question. So you're saying that part of this is going towards Measure O. Is there a way that we can actually use the Measure O funds that have been, that we will be raising to actually cover this amount?
It's a great question, and I actually have a call with our legal counsel for the bond next week, and so I will definitely ask that question to see if we can make a switch and make a transfer of funds, if that's what it is. I just don't have the answer today, and we want to make sure that we get this bill paid and closed out for the school year. But at this point, Measure O funds have not been released yet to us, so.
Okay. Let's see, like to call for a motion on this then?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And vote, please. Okay. 5 ayes and approved. All right. 12.2, verbal summary of the financial terms of the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources Employment Agreement. And those terms are an annual salary of $220,908. It is a workday of 224 workdays. Health benefits on the same terms as other certificated management. Early termination severance, 3 months. Certificated management position. The degree stipends will be the same as other certified management employees. Commencing with the 26-27 school year, if the board approves the increase in compensation for other certificated management employees, the assistant superintendent shall receive the same compensation based on satisfactory performance. Okay, so we need to take a vote on this. I'm sorry, what? That was the summary of 12.2.
12.3 is where you're taking the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 12.3 is where we take the votes.
So that was the verbal summary.
That was the verbal summary. Yeah, I thought I said that, but maybe I didn't. I apologize. And let me see. Okay, so 12.3 is the vote, correct? Okay, or, yeah, 12.3 is the vote. All right, we'll start the voting.
So
Oh,
need a
I'm sorry.
motion.
Sorry, I will just, I think I can get rid of it. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can get rid of it or not.
I know Member Hill has a question, but you will need a motion in a second.
Right, I just was way too
I would give my question.
Let me just do this and then I'll remove it. Okay. Starting over. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So first off, want to welcome Mr. Williams, and heard great things about you, and so we're really excited, to have you join the team, and I also wanted to say that the contract that I read, and I went through it very quickly, but my impression is it's a very well-written contract, and I actually think that we might want to consider using this as a template for future contracts, because I think there's a lot of good stuff in here. The only area that I have concern about is under Section 2 salary, the point B, and the president had raised this in her summary, was the merit-based step advancement. And there's a couple of issues here. So first, just sort of my perspective on this is that there's a difference between management and represented employees. And I think that we want to be very careful in eliminating any potential conflict of interest. And I think that when you have management that is potentially, and particularly in HR, overseeing negotiations, salary negotiations, changes in schedules, et cetera, that you don't ever want to have any potential conflict of interest entering in. And I think that this particular section introduces this, and I'd like to recommend, if the board agrees, that we potentially strike this one section. Because my sense is that if you look at the rest of the contract, we, the board, and the superintendent have ample opportunity to actually reward Mr. Williams for his service. Like literally in the very next section, we have salary increases by mutual consent. And so I think that we have an opportunity to reward people for great service. But I just think it becomes dangerous when it starts to get mixed into into potential negotiations with other represented units. So, and then related to this, and this is something that's not particular to this situation or to this board or to this superintendent, and I felt that it's been going on ever since I joined the board, is I really would like to see a better and more transparent process around hiring, and particularly around executive staff. And I would like to suggest that we talk about that in the summer during our goal setting. And although we, the board, aren't necessarily going to get involved in the actual hiring decisions, but I know that in the past, I've had numerous conversations with CSBA about this. And although usually the board is not necessarily going to be super involved in the actual execution of this, but we have every right, and we can certainly have an expectation that the process is very clearly defined, and that we understand kind of the steps that are followed, the people that are involved in those steps, the candidates are coming in, how they ultimately are evaluated, how you come down to your final three or whatever it is, and then what are the qualities that go into making that recommendation. And I know that that's pretty much standard practice in like any organization that I've been a part of for the past 30 plus years. And so I think that there's an area that we could do some work on, and that I'd like to see that we, the board, talk about that during the summer at the goal setting, and hopefully maybe get input from Mr. Williams and our superintendent on how to put together that kind of process. But the challenge that I just have is just not really knowing about something, especially a big hire like this, and the decision until, you know, a couple days before, and not seeing the contract literally until a couple of days before. It's just, it's concerning to me. But the good news, in my opinion, is that the contract is very well written, and so, you know, again, congratulations on that. And my only request to the board is that we just strike that one section on merit-based advancement. But other than that, accept the contract as a whole. So that's my input.
I would like to, excuse me,
That's okay, go ahead.
ask the superintendent, is this verbiage that has been in past contracts?
I believe it's verbiage that's in our past contracts. I'd have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure that we've had an element in there around this.
Yes, I believe that's my memory
It's-
as well.
It's consistent with, I believe, what we've done with Mrs. Allard and past contracts that we've had.
Well, and I know that there was a past practice of, you know, having a discussion in closed session. So my suggestion would be that when we do have a hire at this level, that we have it in closed session for a board discussion, and that we have the opportunity at that time to even meet the candidate. That's been a practice in the past as well.
Something I most certainly will continue my discussions when I meet with both the president and vice president when we're setting the agendas.
So I'm not quite sure how we want to move forward at this point. Do we want to?
I would like to ask that you take a pause
Okay,
for a moment. If you could take a few minute recess, I really would
Yeah.
like to be able to confer with Mr. Williams and see
all
how
right,
he also
let's
feels
take
about
a
this.
10-minute break
I-
and reconvene at about 8:25. Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz, can you join me? Thank you.
Okay, reconvening the meeting at 8:25. Thank you for being so punctual. All right. We have heard comments regarding the contract, and we'd like to keep the contract as is for the motion. So could I get a motion for the contract?
I move that we approve the contract.
Thank you. And a second? I guess I can make a second. All right, and I will second. All right, and we'll take the vote now.
Should we have discussion? Is, after the motion, second, sometimes we have a discussion.
Anybody want to discuss further?
I just want to say that this contract is similar to all the other contracts that we have had with our cabinet appointments, and I think it's a very fair contract, and I like it the way it is.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Member Hill?
And I think echoing Member Thomas's earlier comment, I think that one of the challenges that we're facing here is that normally when we have a contract, that the contract is normally discussed in closed session. And if there's issues related to the contract, we kind of hammer that out in closed session. We didn't do this time, right? So it's creating an issue. Again, I disagree. I mean, I do think that it's very important not to have conflict of interest, and I don't, or a potential for conflict of interest. And I don't think that that just because something's been done that way in the past, it means that it's you know, that's the right way to do it. But again, I'm curious what other board members think.
My feeling at this time is that that I believe under the circumstances that I think it's fine voting on it the way it is, but that it's something that we can look at in the future. All right, and I'm going to open up the voting. Okay, 5 yeses, and it passes. Thank you.
At this time, we would like to introduce our team. It's my pleasure to introduce Michael Williams. Michael joins us. He comes from Dublin, and I'm going to have Ms. Ortiz read a little introduction about him.
Thank you. Mike Williams is an accomplished and experienced human resources administrator with a strong track record of improving employee recruitment, retention, and development through the implementation of strategic systems that align with district-wide goals. With over 7 years of leadership as a director of human resources, Mike brings deep expertise in personnel management, organizational development, and collaborative problem solving. His work is grounded in the belief that strong relationships and well-designed systems are the foundation of an effective HR department and a successful school district. Before transitioning to district leadership, Mike served as a teacher, middle and high school vice principal, and high school principal, giving him a comprehensive understanding of the educational landscape from the classroom to the district office. He holds a bachelor's degree from Chico State University and a master's degree in educational leadership from San Francisco State University. Throughout his career, Mike has remained committed to building trust, fostering professional growth, and developing infrastructure that supports both staff and students across all levels of the organization. Welcome, Mike Williams, to Newark Unified School District.
Mike, we'd like to invite you to come on up and just say a few words, and welcome to our team.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
It's on already? Okay. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to starting as soon as possible, working with Kim, Karen, and of course, Tracy, and I know there's some work to find another cabinet position as well, which I'm ready to do. I can't wait to work with the members of the administration team, the certificated team, and the classified team to continue the good work that's happened here in Newark and continue to improve the already great work that's here. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming. All right, we are now at the personnel report, consent agenda for personnel items. We have one public comment, Ms. Parks, on 13.3, the CSEA salary schedule.
Good evening. So the salary schedules that came out do indicate that they're effective 7/1 of '24, which is the correct date based on what you approved at the last meeting. However, your agenda item says that the salary schedules are effective July 1 of 2025. So I just wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention so that when you're voting, that is captured with the correct date. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will vote on the, I'm sorry, comment? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, you want to pull something on this?
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Great. I was going to ask you to pull 13.4 for a little bit further discussion by the team here too, so I'm glad.
Okay. All right, so let's just wait on any voting until after we have our discussion on 13.4. Member Hill?
So I wanted to share a little bit. May I share a little bit first, or would you like, you have a question?
No, I was just hoping that you could explain more what's going on here.
Sure. So we actually have this MOU currently in our district. We actually have a counselor of residency that's currently with us. However, ACOE recently received a grant, and they are sharing that grant with their member districts. And this grant would allow $31,000 for the resident counselor to receive, and also a $5,000 mentor stipend that would be paid for by ACOE for whoever would be helping to support that person. There's an application process that goes along with that. We're excited to be able to bring this forward to you. It's just an opportunity. It's a grant, and it's an MOU between the district and ACOE. ACOE is the funder of this. There is no cost to our district, but many opportunities for us to be able to support somebody new coming in for counseling, to be able to support our students with some extra services, and for us maybe to get an opportunity to be able to bring somebody on board eventually that has been here and has served as an intern.
Okay. Member Hill.
Thank you, Superintendent. And so just to clarify, so is this program designed to target and train people that are not counselors right now, but that could be future counselors?
No, they're actually in a program with their universities. They're actually in a program, and they have to go through an application process to be able to come in and be part of this, is my understanding.
Okay, so essentially, these are people that are not employees with our district right now.
That's correct.
But they're in a program that the ACOE is funding and helping them to develop, and that they could be part of a pipeline that could ultimately come to us.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Correct.
Thank you.
And they've been working, ACOE has been working very closely with school districts in our county, and in particular with the superintendents, talking about areas that are hard to fill, that we're having to pay for contract type services with other companies. We're paying a lot more money through those contracts versus bringing in our own employees. And then also just having that stability, right, of having our own workforce and being able to help grow that. I think it meets some of the missions that we've been talking about as a team, and what we want to be able to see for our district. So this is an exciting opportunity. It's something that we couldn't afford to be able to do on our own, but it's really nice that we're able to be part of this.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I think just building on what you were just saying, Superintendent Vakar, I was just wondering if there would be any possibility of exploring whether or not a similar type of residency would be possible for special education teachers, for example, like another hard-to-fill position, if anything like that could be a future topic of discussion. So, because I think this residency model is a really powerful one, and that like a lot of the reason why people sometimes don't go into these fields is because they're not getting paid while they're in their like student teaching or student counseling sort of portion of their career. And this seems like a great way of sort of creating a pipeline that provides compensation while people are in their training.
We've all talked about as superintendents with the county superintendent and in our debriefing meetings about areas that we need support in particular is being able to attract and retain people. We know that's really important. We've all talked about the high prices of the contracts that we're paying for with these outside providers. And then sometimes we don't even have access to them unless you really do like an expensive buyout of those contracts. And so one of the things that they've been looking at doing is to be able to create cohorts, to be able to sit there and spend some money. They've been going after grants and after various funding sources, and they're reinvesting back into Alameda County is what they really want to be able to do. And they're doing the same model right now with our paraprofessionals. They're actually picking up something very similar where they're doing actually a cohort. I think they've had 3 cohorts now that have been kind of seasoned, and what they're doing is they're helping them with academic language so that they can actually pass the para test. And then we then have access then to people that have had these barriers because there's like this weird academic language that really varies whether or not you got a little TK person versus a high school person, and some of the language things and some of the services that you would do. There's a real big variance in that. So helping people understand what that is can really be helpful to be able to get past that and then to be able to talk about the support systems that are needed for teachers and classrooms. And so their first cohorts are just graduating, and many of us are having access to be able to have them come and apply for us in our areas. Most of them want to be able to work closer to home. They don't want to have to drive. That's always a barrier. And so if we can, find people that we can help and support and kind of change the mindset of you're not qualified versus here's how we can help you get qualified. Kind of a new think tank. So those are good things.
Member Thomas?
I was wondering about the mentor stipend and the stipend they get. You said it's no cost to the district, but so the county pays everything. We don't have to pay anything.
That's my understanding, yes, and being briefed by staff, that's what they've shared with me.
Okay, and I just assumed these were academic counselors, but are they mental health counselors? What kind of counselors are they? And what majors are they getting, or what programs are they taking?
Can I provide you a little bit more information on that? I believe it's a typical school counselor. There's a school counselor credential. I'm sure that it meets those school counselor pieces. By the way, we have a resident now that's not being paid. So we actually have a program right now that current resident that we have here will actually be eligible for the payment if you approve this tonight. So they'll actually get a stipend. Many of them are doing this on their own. They're coming in here, they're doing it for free, and it's expensive, and it's hard for them to be able to get that additional time that they need. That's a requirement, I believe, in getting the counseling
Do
support
we
system.
provide them with a mentor, the one we have now?
We do have a mentor that's been provided to them.
And do we pay for that mentor?
We are not paying for that mentor, I don't believe. I think it's been a service that we've done. We tried this piece out as a model this past year. I believe Chris Williams, shared information about this at one point. So this is an opportunity for them to come back. It's my understanding that the group, for sure, the resident counselor is getting a sum of money this time. I'm not sure about the mentor, but I think the resident for sure this time is actually getting an apportionment of not the whole dollar amount.
Yeah, but that would be something we would need to negotiate with our bargaining unit.
We're not paying for this. This is actually more like a grant, and so basically we're part of a grant program, and it's actually paid for through ACOE.
So they would pay the stipend to our teacher, but it wouldn't have to be part of our CBA.
Yes, correct. It kind of works similar to how the induction programs have worked kind of in the past too, from my understanding. So the induction programs, it's a piece I think for sure we should be able to have a conversation with our bargaining groups about, that there are these outside opportunities. Sometimes the language again is very similar, but by using the word stipend versus an honorarium. There's other kinds of words that you might be able to use instead of the word stipend, because that could be a hang up on some of our contracts. But I think it's definitely something we want to have a conversation with our employee groups about and make sure that we all have clarity as to how this is being funded. And it's a little different than the board funding it and the board, setting aside money in their budget to ensure that this can happen. Also, this grant could go away at any time. It may not be available, for long in the future. Right now, there's some funds to help support it. And thankfully, I think the county is hearing that we all need help and we all need support systems, and we're trying to come up with a model that lets us grow our own.
Great. Did you change your mind? Okay. She answered the question. Okay. All right. So may I have a motion for the personnel items consent agenda, please? Member Hill?
I move to approve.
Okay. And a second, please?
I second.
All right, thank you so much. And I'll do the vote. Okay, thank you. And we have 5 ayes on the consent agenda personnel items. All right, moving on to the consent agenda for non-personnel items. We have, what?
We haven't done 13.
I did them all at once. It's consent agenda, so we can do them all at the same time.
Oh, wait, but then we need to make the modification that Ms. Parks had mentioned about the 2024 versus the 2025 start date.
Oh,
I wasn't realizing that we were voting on all 3 of them at once. Right, so we have a language in here that's not quite correct, saying that the CSCA salary schedules are effective as of July 1st, 2025.
But the actual salary schedule itself is correct.
Got
so
it.
we
So
don't need to make
modify.
anything.
Okay, cool.
All right, back to the consent agenda, non-personnel items. Ms. Parks would like to speak on 14.2, 14.4, and 14.16. So, Ms. Parks, you want to come up, please? What? I was going to let her speak first on public comment, and then we'll...
The addition of the Director of Fiscal, just so you're clear on what I'm speaking on right now, I'm speaking on the CROW amendment for your auditing services. The addition of the Director of Fiscal Services in July 2024 and the Chief Business Officer in August of 2024 likely created challenges as they adjusted to their critical roles. However, it seems these individuals joined Newark Unified with limited experience for the significant responsibilities their positions required. This lack of experience impacted the district's operations, particularly during the annual audit. The audit process faced delays as key financial documents and reports were not adequately prepared. This caused auditors to spend extra time completing their work, delaying submission of the district annual report, and leading to a $65,000 in additional fees. This situation highlights the importance of appointing leaders with necessary expertise and experience for these key roles. Understanding their responsibilities are essential for positions of this magnitude. To avoid similar issues in the future, I hope Newark Unified will consider refining hiring practices focusing on candidates who have experience and readiness for leadership roles. Improve onboarding, meaning equipping the new hires with tools and knowledge they need to succeed from day one. To enhance the audit oversight by establishing stricter controls and earlier monitoring to ensure deadlines are met despite staffing changes. Invest in professional development, addressing skill gaps among current and future staff. While the district cannot undo the disruptions of the audit timeline or the fiscal impact, it can learn from this experience and take meaningful steps to strengthen its business office operations moving forward. Then on 1414, it is your alternative credit graduation. And on your AR, you did make the change. It says CIF/NCS. However, on your BP, it still says CIF/CCS. And as was presented during the staff report, I think that's when, that was when it was mentioned about the sporting event. You are a part of the North Coast section. You're not the Central Coast section. So just wanted to bring that to your attention that the BP needs to be changed. And that is on page 3 under item number 12.
Thank you. We tried to do our best to catch all
Right.
of those, and we must have missed that one.
Right,
So thank you
yeah.
so much for pointing that out.
Okay, and then on 1416, this is a hot mess. So it says that it's a Lincoln Elementary third grade class going to travel to Newark. And then if you look at the purpose, again, this says Lincoln. Under the purpose, it says the Kennedy Elementary principal requests permission to take Lincoln Elementary third grade students on a non-secular trip to Newark. Then under the background, it says that, quotes the board policy, and it says all trips in excess of 100 miles going on and on and on. Then it says Kennedy Elementary principal requests permission to take Kennedy Elementary fourth grade class on trip. So again, just wanted to bring that to your attention for, make that.
Thank you. All right, those do not affect the actual items, or actually, except for the policy that needs to be changed to say NCS. I would like to approve it based on that change being made, which we can go back, Ms. Toya, and fix before it gets uploaded into our board policies in Simply, if that is okay with everyone else.
I'd like to pull 14.13 and 14.14 actually, and have a quick discussion about it if that's all right.
That's fine. Can I get an okay with, okay, can I get an okay on 14 in the NCS comment that needs to be fixed based on Ms. Parks?
Well, that was one of the ones that I wanted to pull.
Okay,
So
all right.
maybe can we wait on that until
Yep,
we discuss?
sure.
Thank you.
So
All
the
right.
only, can I just get some clarifications? I want to make sure that we've got this right for the records for the ones that we've discussed already. So you're making an amendment to 14.14 for alternative credits towards graduation, and you want it to be able to include the correct section?
Yes.
Okay, and that is the NIS section.
It's the
I'm sorry,
NCS.
NCS.
I know where it is. It was just one we missed.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we caught them all.
All right, and then is there another change that you're making on something else that's been discussed?
No.
Okay, and then we are talking about which number now?
We're gonna start with, we're gonna go this way. Member Hill, what did you want to pull?
So I'd like to pull 14.2, 14.5, 14.6, 14.7.
Okay, and Member Thomas, did you want to pull any? No. Okay, Member Block?
Just 14.13 and 14.14, please.
Okay, and Member Anguiano?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll start at the top. 14.2.
Great, thank you. Yes, so ever since I've been on the board, right, our business office has had a lot of challenges, and I think that that's an understatement. And again, these issues probably precede even me being on the board, and I think precede our current board and our current superintendent. But nevertheless, right, we have issues, we have ongoing issues. And I think that the fact that we had the audit delayed and the fact that we are having to pay extra money because of that is partly a consequence of the fact that we have a lot of work to do. And so what I would say is that ultimately our performance here and our improvement is going to be driven by bringing in high quality personnel. And so we have an opening for Chief Business Officer, and we, the board, have already given direction to Superintendent Vakar around, essentially putting a formal effort together. And I think that we want to have it be a very robust effort, because that person is a critical linchpin to the organization, and ultimately they're going to then make decisions on additional personnel that need to be in the right places to make sure that the whole system runs. And so I think that we just need to really focus in on that in the short term to make sure that we get a good hire there, and that we, during the summer as a board, maybe provide some additional direction in terms of goals to help get our business department highly functional. Thank you. So that's it for 14.2.
Okay, 14.5?
So 14.5 is the surplus equipment, and I don't have the actual resolution in front of me, but I did read it, and although this is a long-standing, I guess kind of boilerplate language that we've used, but I would like for us to maybe consider, and we don't need to do it right now, but I would like for us to consider changing this, and here's the reason why. What that language says is it says that once we've identified something that is theoretically salvage and is under $2,500, that then gives the district the ability to go out and declare salvage and to sell it to a private party, and this is literally what the language says, with no advertising. And I just know that in prior board meetings, I've seen situations where we've salvaged equipment, which I really question whether it's, number one, is it truly salvage? And number two, has it been, the value, how has that been determined? Is it appropriate? And then I've also found it very interesting that some of the people who it appears that we've sold this salvaged equipment to have then made donations to our district. And interestingly, they weren't making donations to, let's say, the Scholars of Newark Memorial or the TK toddler group or whatever you want to call it. But interestingly, those donations went to the MOT department. And I've never seen a situation where anybody's donated anything to an MOT department. So it just raises kind of questions in my mind. And I think that we ought to revisit this. And quite frankly, I think that we ought to think about doing what the average person does when they have a salvage issue, and that's put it on Craigslist, right? Or put it out for auction, right? And I don't think there'd be anything that would prevent us from doing that.
There actually isn't, and there's actually a process to be able to do that, and there's a piece within the surplus guidelines that allow for us to go off and do something like that and get that set up. It's one of the areas that I would hope that whenever we get a procurement manager, that would be a piece that we would be able to go out there and go do some of that work. There's definitely elements out there that you can put out there, and you can do a public process for that, so kind of exciting new work.
Yes, and I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to criticize, our current personnel or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think that we have a process here that can be improved.
Okay, thank you. And now on to 14.6.
14.6, which is about the 7-Eleven committee, and so Member Thomas and I were involved with the superintendent in conducting an RFP for that, and we spoke briefly about that before. And I just want to congratulate the superintendent because I felt that it was a very robust process, and that you were able to identify some great potential candidates, and we had a really good discussion. And ultimately, I think that we found in the form of your recommendation here, I think a really strong candidate, and I think that they're going to help us a lot. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, and look forward to once we have this person on board, organizing a session with the board so that we can clarify what the board's goals are before we go and take next steps.
Okay, thank you. And 14.7.
Sorry. Okay. So, and then the last one is around in the induction. And so I understand that we've, that we're small, that we face challenges in running an induction program, and understand that it looks like we're trying to take advantage of a larger program that we can piggyback on top of. The only criticism I have is that there are two board members that serve on the induction committee, Mr. Block and I, and this is the first time I'm hearing that we're doing this. So I think it would be good to maybe get the board's input on this, before we, bring it up for an agenda item. But it's kind of a water under the bridge at this point, and that's it.
Okay.
Can I just say a
Go
few
ahead.
things about this particular item? So, we talked about, the fact that we were getting smaller and smaller. At one time, we were a much larger consortium, and I'm really happy that Leonore is here with us here this evening. She's been part of this process for many years, and with that, we have actually had over 1,500 candidates actually come through Newark to be able to be served and be able to start their careers through an induction process, right? Which includes good coaching, good mentoring, looking at the standards that are out there as they've changed over the years. moving with those for all credential type areas that we have and that we offer here in Newark. So I want to thank her for her stewardship on that. This is the induction program. When it started, for us, the records go back to 2009 for induction. And so, for us to kind of sunset our own program and move into another program, we also used to be one of the ones here in the district that we actually supported other school districts. So they came to us. And so, we've had different elements of this. There's been a variety of different kinds of funding over the years as how induction was funded. There's been more robust elements that have come out. They've tried to shift with the standards. They really tried to help and support the mentors. But I thought it was important to be able to share with you that, this will allow us to do induction still offer it in a more affordable way, and it's still going to be our own mentors. We're planning on using our own mentors here from Newark to be able to come into this. It will just be part of another consortium, and it might have two phases to it. Right now, ACOE is taking on, they looked at our model and they looked at the Pleasanton model. They chose to go with the Pleasanton model, but they studied both, and they also worked with us to be able to negotiate things that would work well for us in our current model, so it wouldn't be a huge disruption. It would make sense. It would be kind of a nice streamlined approach to be able to go in there. So I wanted to share that with you, that we've been working very closely with the ACOE staff. And I want to thank Leonore for her work with working directly with me and with Karen on this as we try to move forward. And now we'll have Mike and Kim to be able to help join us on those discussions. But we just wanted to be able to share with you that this is just a more affordable way for us to be able to offer services and to be able to share in best practices with other districts that will be part of this consortium.
And with this new model, is this going to be like the ROP, where that's sort of a shared service model, and whoever is partaking in that service has representation? So just as Member Thomas is sitting on the ROP,
Yeah,
do we know how that works?
I don't think there's a seat, on the induction place for a board member to actually be, but I think you're part of the celebration type work. Am I understanding that correctly? Leonore, do you know? I'm sorry. So, because you mentioned that you have the, people that sit on induction, right, as part of our, and so usually you go there for the celebratory piece of what happens, and you're part of that, but are you? Is there still an advisory council still with ACOE?
No, with induction here, and then Member Hill was part of the advisory council.
But in the new role with ACOE, is there still that model? We don't know that yet. Okay, so that's yet to be determined. So we'll definitely keep you abreast as we move forward with that. Also, ACOE is applying for their own induction program, and they're waiting for approval through the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. So they've adopted another model for now that they're leaning into, but then they've been working with us too to make sure that there's some consistencies in what we're doing.
Okay. 1513. Member Block.
Yeah, so I just wanted to surface 1413 and 1414. This had come up at a previous meeting, and we'd heard from the athletic director and the PE department at the high school with some concerns about not being part of the conversation, about potentially adding to the graduation requirements this possibility of earning PE credit through participation in the marching band. I'm not opposed to the idea of allowing students to obtain PE credit through participation in band, but I do feel like we owe it to the PE department and the athletic director to involve them in that conversation to determine whether or not it is in fact a good idea, if our current marching band program is sufficiently robust to meet the requirements of PE credits, to determine the other kind of knock-on effects it'll have on other aspects of the high school. So I just think that we should hold off on this for now so that we can bring the athletic director and the PE department into the conversation prior to approving a change to our graduation requirements that will then impact a whole department at the high school. So that's just something I'd like to advocate for in order for us to just make sure we're keeping open the lines of communication with our high school staff and involving them in the process. Ultimately, we may decide to approve this very policy, and that's fine. But I think we should hold off for now until they've been included in some sort of discussion or conversation about what the district is planning.
Can I respond just briefly with that? You'll notice it's just the board policy, not the administrative regulation. The board policy is something that we determine, but that the administrative regulation is how it's carried out. And that is why the administrative regulation is not here, so that we can have that communication with the high school about how it would be carried out.
So it still, though, prevents them from being able to, for example, like, explain why they might oppose a new board policy. Like, we haven't included them in a conversation about the merits of the board policy itself. And I think maybe they at least ought to be consulted or to hear them out on that before we even approve a new board policy, even if the actual implementation is yet to take place. It just feels like if it's going to impact a lot of people, then maybe we owe it to them to sit down and have a conversation first before we unilaterally change the board policy.
Yeah, and then just a question related to this from an operational perspective, and maybe people have already thought about it, but I just know, like at my own school where I teach, that, for example, like we have orchestra, and so orchestra can potentially, even though it's in some ways an extracurricular, but it can, like band, but it's also a in-class. And so you have to show up, you take attendance, and like that's, how you get credit. The same way as like in PE, where when you show up in PE, that, they count heads, right? And they make sure that everybody's there. And so, but I know that sometimes when you have other extracurriculars, like let's say golf or something like that, where there's not really attendance that's taken. And so just want to make sure that we have a process if we are going to open up the definition of PE, that how do we make sure that people are really showing up and they're legitimately getting credit for what they're doing?
My understanding is that band is a class.
Okay, so
Marching band
is a class.
It is a class.
Okay, all right. So
It is
they
a
course.
take attendance.
It's a course.
Okay.
They take attendance.
Okay. All right, great.
This board policy does include sports, though, as well, right? If I'm reading it correctly.
This board policy includes every academic area.
No, I mean in terms of the PE policy in particular.
Yeah,
Sports / marching band PE program. So like we don't know, for example, about the attendance for a sports team or something like that, and whether or not like the PE education is being provided within the context of a sport or something like that.
Having band count as PE past the ninth grade year. Okay, they have to take PE in ninth grade. That's a requirement. If they're going to use marching band, what having marching band count for PE means that they're attending the marching band class, but because it is such a heavily active class, and their movement, they've got weight in a lot of cases in their instruments, and it only counts for, it's only worth half. So they have to do 2 years of marching band to fulfill their second year of a PE requirement in order to graduate. So it's basically saying 2 years of marching band counts for 1 year of PE. There isn't really any PE management to it because it is a band music class. It's marching band music class. That's my understanding of how this chunk of the policy works. Correct?
yes, I agree with you that this policy allows us to make available PE credits for marching band and actually for sports. The devil's in the detail, though, and so the next step is to converse with the high school departments and see how we can work it in to make that possibility come alive for students that really could benefit if they can get PE out of the way and take other classes instead of PE in their second and third year in the high school.
So we've been working closely with Han in curriculum in terms of how this works as a meeting a requirement for PE. And like Member Thomas just said, it's, the AR is how it's gonna happen. This is just allowing for us to say, we're willing to look at marching band as a substitute, for lack of a better term, for 2 years of marching band to suffice for that 1 year of PE. This helps with electives. If a student is gonna go after their A to G requirements and meet all of their A to G requirements, unless they're gonna take like a 0 period or a 7th period, it is very difficult for someone to fulfill their PE requirement and participate in marching band. And so what we're trying to do is to open up that ability for students to be able to do that.
Can I just say a couple of things real quickly? Yeah. So I understood some of the communications that came forward from our teachers and from our athletic director. I think really there is another step that has to happen, and it's actually a part that's embedded in our contract that actually talks about when it comes down to the curricular element of it, we must confer with them. We must talk about what does that look like, and that element actually falls underneath the AR side of the house. Right. And so that piece doesn't happen. The board policy allows us to have the flexibility to be able to put it in to our curriculum design, but that curriculum design really needs to have a robust conversation with the teachers and be able to go through that process. And there's a defined process that has to go through to be able to bring that forward. Just having been a marching band student in high school, I will share with you, I played a number of instruments. The hardest one that I played when I had a march was playing the tuba. And I will tell you, just to have to build up your diaphragm and do the walking and stuff with it and not faint out there in the heat. And when you're out there on that pavement, I mean, it's very, very rigorous to be able to sit there and get yourself conditioned to be able to do that. So I can see where you're trying to be able to offer students some opportunity in case they're really interested in wanting to engage in the arts, in particular with marching band, and yet might have competing things within their schedule. I think what you're trying to do is I think you're trying to allow the students the flexibility, but at the same time, the AR will allow for us to have those robust conversations with our staff as we're looking at the curriculum design and having to add those elements in there to be able to put the PE credit that would go in conjunction with it. It would still take the teachers to be able to allow for that piece still to happen and for that element from
Which was why we
discretion.
didn't include the AR tonight. So, Member Hill?
Yeah, I think from hearing what Member Block had sort of started out with and what the emails that we all got, if I were to boil it down, it would be what one of my mentors told me many years ago, and that is, it's always nice to be asked. And so I think that if we're ever going into an area that's going to impact somebody where they're exercising some level of control, that we should have some consultation first. And that doesn't mean that they have veto power, that we can certainly, there's multiple stakeholders, but I can understand if I were the athletic director and we were talking about PE requirements and I wasn't consultant, that I would be a little irritated. So I think that we ought to maybe go back and have a discussion and make sure that we have alignment before we move forward. I mean, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I mean, personally, I agree with the idea of granting PE credit for band. I'm not opposed to that idea at all. I think it's a wonderful idea. It's a great opportunity for students who are passionate about band to be able to get credit for the physical activity that's involved in something that they're really passionate about. So I'm not opposed to the merits of the policy itself, but I do think that we owe it to our athletics department to include them in the conversation before taking action on this board policy, even if it's just to talk it through, even if we're going to go ahead with the same board policy. I think we owe it to them. I think connected to what Member Hill was saying, just about keeping the lines of communication open and including them in the process. So I don't feel comfortable approving this until the people who are going to be most directly impacted have at least been brought to the table for a conversation. So if we want to approve this at the next board meeting, that's great. But in the meantime, I'd really like to see us include them in the conversation so they can express any concerns, comments, perspectives that we haven't gotten to hear yet.
Member Thomas?
I see no problem with that. I believe that we can just carry this forward. Sometimes we have first, second, third, even fourth readings. So let's have a second reading on this policy.
Okay, that's fine. I have listed it now as tabled. And was that it on your comments?
Yeah, I mean, so this was in both 1413 and 1414. So if we could table both of them, since they both have the similar language, that would be my preference, just so we can ensure those conversations are had with the athletics department.
Okay. All right, so we are going to take a vote on 14.2 through 14.12, 14.15, and 14.16. May I have a motion for that, please?
I will move to approve 14.2 through 14.12 and 14.15 and 14.16.
And I will second that.
Thank you. Thomas, can you vote, please? Thank you. We have for 14.2 through 12 and 14 and 14.16.
If I could just take a moment, we would like to make a very special introduction. Earlier, when you approved the POW, we have a very special guest out in our audience, and I would like to be able to introduce our new principal at BGP, Miss July Caraba. I'm sorry, Julie. Corbo. Okay, please come forward. I would like to be able to just to share a little bit of information about you. We are just thrilled to have Newark Unified School District and have you join us as our principal at Birch Grove Primary School. She brings 16 years of experience in K-12 education with a strong background in classroom instruction, literacy, and intervention program leadership and school administration. Before joining Birch Grove, she served as an assistant principal in San Jose, California, where she coached educators across a range of content, including TK through 3, humanities, multilingual learner programs, special education, individualized learning. Her leadership is rooted in strong relationships, instructional excellence, and a deep commitment to student growth, teacher development, and family engagement. Julie is a hands-on, data-informed leader who prioritizes our equity and inclusion and academic rigor. She's bilingual in Spanish and is known for fostering this collaborative environments that will empower both students and staff to thrive. She holds a bachelor's degree in education with a minor in teaching English as a foreign language from the University of Distral in Columbia, a master's degree in teaching from Marian University in Indianapolis, and a master's in education from the University of California, Berkeley. When she is not at school supporting her students and teachers, you can find her exploring new places with her friends, and she has a small dog. She also enjoys reading and working out. So we're so happy to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Super excited. Good evening to everybody, and thank you so much, especially to the staff of VGP over here. Still
Look how happy they are.
To the fellow administrators and community members who are here tonight. Very stoked to start working at VGP in the summertime, and I cannot wait to support the community and to bring all my expertise. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we got that introduction in. It was an exciting evening. I know we jumped right into the other section and then we had a lot of questions.
Sorry. I apologize for that. Thank you. All right, we are moving on to 15.1, which is student expulsion case E2425-08. And could I get a motion to accept the expulsion case as is what the committee recommended.
I move that we accept the expulsion case per the committee's recommendation.
Do I have a second for that?
I second.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll start the vote. All right, great. That is 5 ayes. Thank you. Let's see, we are now to the point of Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, and discussion. Member Hill, can we start with you today?
Great, thank you. So I have two requests and one comment. So the first request is, as I think I've shared with the board before, many years ago, I received formal training in procurement. And I spent much of my career involved in procurement. And one of the things that I learned in procurement, and really one of the best practices, is that you have to eliminate conflict of interest. And you hear me constantly talk about that. And in our prior board meeting, we did talk about a situation, right, where we have at least one, maybe more than one vendor that has made political contributions to our measures, and we had discussed that and expressed concern. And I would like to make a request to the board that we formally bring this back in the next meeting, because I think that we were talking about potentially disqualifying vendors that do those kind of contributions, and I think we need to have a discussion about that. But again, I think that we really need to be purer than the driven snow around how we do procurement. And so I'm wondering whether we can get agreement from the board to bring this back and formally discuss this at the next session.
Actually, Member Hill, if I could ask that you bring it back at the second board meeting in June. Our next board meeting is going to be a very heavy board meeting with both the LCAP and the budget.
Okay.
And so I was planning it for the second meeting, so I have not forgotten that. I know you'd asked me to bring back
Okay.
the procurement manual for us to be able to take a look at. Those are things that we are taking a look at, so to
Okay.
be able to bring that forward to you. So I want to make sure that we are prepared. And I know I've talked with our consultants about, trying to make a presentation possible for that.
Okay, great. Okay, so that was number one. Number two, and we talked briefly about it, and obviously we have lots of things on our plate, but I guess it was last year, the governor took an action, I can't remember in what exact form, but essentially stated that given concerns around cell phones and social media and its impact on the development of our youth, that every school district come up with a formal policy. And for those of you that have not read it, so the book that I think is spurring a lot of this discussion is called The Anxious Generation, and it compiles a lot of information that's emerging. And I think that it's pretty compelling to see we're in a new stage of life that is somehow challenging our evolutionary instincts and training, and it really is disrupting kids' learning. And I think that people that are on the front lines see it, right? And I mean, I see it every day. And the district where I teach, the board actually just took an action to put together a policy, and that was just announced today. And I don't think that any policy is going to be perfect, but I think that we ought to organize, and maybe it's not in the next meeting, but maybe we talk about it in the last meeting of the year, organizing some type of initiative, and I don't know what, how the board would be involved in it, but some type of initiative to start involving different stakeholders and getting input to formulate that policy, because my understanding is that the government is requiring that you have a policy in place and that it is operational by next summer.
That's right,
So we don't have a lot of
2026.
time. Yeah, yeah. So I'd like to make a request that we also put that on that agenda, that second agenda, if that's okay with the board. Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to say is really a comment. So for those people that have been paying attention to the news, right? So there's always a lot of craziness, but there was something that might be flying under the radar screen of maybe the average citizen, but it's something of great import. And that is that on Friday, Moody's, which is a ratings agency, so essentially, just like the average person gets a credit score from, TRW or whoever, Experian, Moody's is essentially the agency that gives a credit score, essentially, to companies, to governments, to big entities. And for the first time in our history, we lost our AAA rating. And when I say we, I'm talking about the U.S. government, and that's pretty unprecedented. And the explanation, and that doesn't mean that we've fallen completely out of grace, but we've fallen down a notch. And the rationale that Moody's used in making that decision was that essentially we are spending more than we are taking in, right? So we have embedded structural deficits, and Moody's is not seeing any type of change in our policies that is going to impact that in the near future. And so therefore they are downgrading our credit rating, just as you would have a situation where Experian would downgrade an average individual's credit rating if they can see that their fixed expenses are bigger than their income. So the reason I say all this is that we, the board, have a similar situation that we need to wrestle with. And we've had financial struggles for years, and some of them are not, quite frankly, a lot of it is not our making. We're a shrinking district in terms of enrollment, and that impacts our revenue. And I think that the biggest issue that we have really is a revenue issue, and the problem that we have fixed costs that are still set up for a bigger, larger district. So we've been working on rationalizing that, but if you look at our most recent financials, so this past year, for the first time, although we hadn't really been seeing a deficit for the couple of prior years, and part of that was because of the inflow of COVID money, but we saw our first deficit showing up in our last set of financials, and it was roughly about $500,000. And we don't know what the trajectory is going to be going forward. There's estimates, but as Warren Buffett famously said, the Forecasters Hall of Fame is an empty room, meaning that nobody is good at forecasting, right? And so we don't know, but we do know that we have to be careful. And the reason, and I'm sorry for my long story here, but the reason why this is important is we are now in negotiations with NTA, and we, the board, are not directly involved in negotiations. The district is, but we get updates. And I think that one of the challenges that we're facing right now is that we're having requests come back that really would put us in an ongoing, what we're projecting to be an ongoing structural deficit. And that we cannot do that. That is not, we are fiduciaries, and we cannot allow that to happen. We have to make responsible financial decisions. And so we are trying our best, and we have teachers that are sitting up here on the board, and we all know and all care about teachers, and we want to try to do the best that we can, but at the same time, we have to be able to live within our budget. And so I think that we really would like to have the membership consider that. But the other thing that I would like to say, and this is something that I'm a little bit concerned about, is that I feel that some of the things are just not possible at all, and so we have to get realistic. But there are some situations where I don't think that NTA is approaching this from an equitable perspective, and I think that we're seeing carve-outs that benefit small portions of NTA, but don't benefit the membership as a whole. And I don't know whether that information has been shared with the membership, but I would encourage the membership that if it hasn't been, that you really ask, that you really get involved, and that you provide input so that we can come to a good agreement. And so that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Okay. I just got back from 2 days of, at the Delegate Assembly for CSBA. It was just chock full of great information. The AI task force made a report, and there's a lot of resources that are going to be coming down from CSBA. An AI roadmap facilitation guide, printed resources, upcoming webinars. So as I see those, I'll let you know so you can look at them. I don't know if you remember SB 1315. It's all about asking the Department of Education to look at its documentation, because certainly boards are and districts are drowning in documentation. And so far, the State Department of Education has gotten rid of one report. They have a long way to go. But anyway, there was very good presentations on chronic absenteeism, ideas that if I get the slideshows, I'll share them with staff. So anyway, that was a great 2 days, and I'm happy to report on that. The other thing I'd like to request is that that we clarify for ourselves that we're hiring correctly when we hire independent contractors and when we hire temporary employees. We just need to make sure we're following the rules and doing that correctly. So I would just ask staff's attention to that.
Thank you. We'll make sure to follow up on that.
Thank you. Member Block?
I just wanted to say congratulations to all the families and students that will be celebrating promotions and graduations here in Newark Unified. In the next couple of weeks, it's an exciting time of year. So congratulations to everyone who is promoting or graduating very soon. Very happy for you all. And also just thank you to all of our teachers and staff. It's been a long year and we're almost there. And wishing everyone a wonderful summer break. Hopefully you can take some time to rest and recharge and come back in the fall. Excited for another year in Newark Unified. So thank you to everyone.
Member Aguado?
Just echoing what Member Block just mentioned, the end of year celebrations, really exciting to be a part of the graduations, the promotions, the ceremonies, and, just celebrating Teachers Appreciation Week. Also, our recognizing our classified, employees as well. It's really just an honor to know that we have our 2025 Employee of the Year, Mr. Mark Johnson, and also Ms. Arlene Cordero. And thank you for your passion. Thank you for your dedication and everything that you give to our community, to our students. Really appreciative. Welcome again, Mr. Williams. Really appreciate you being a part of the team. I really look forward to meeting you in person and see what you're all about. So also Ms. Julie Cordova, our newest principal from BGP. Welcome on board. Really excited. And also just celebration to acknowledge our AAPI Heritage Month this year. Celebrations that are happening in the community, really important. So, it's a blessing to be a part of this community. Thank you.
Okay. I too would just like to say thank you to staff for everything that they have done this year, working so hard with students and or other staff members, and that this is a time of celebration. We're coming down to the last week of school, and there will be promotions and graduations and lots of celebrations of all the work that the students have done this year. So congrats to everyone for successfully getting through another school year, and we look forward to people coming back and students coming back, teachers and staff coming back rested and ready to go in August. So Superintendent.
Thank you. So I'm super excited to welcome some of our new staff members with us here this evening. We are still working on hiring. Please watch EdJoin. If you're looking for a position and you want to work closer to home, please make sure to check us out on EdJoin. We will be posting many new opportunities to be able to come in and come work and be part of the Newark Unified School District family. So please take a look at that. We're looking for teachers and classified and a couple administrators still. So we've got interviews happening this week. We do have a change in our meeting dates for June. I just want to be able to remind everybody of the actions the board took. We are meeting on June 11th and June 25th. Those are both Wednesdays and not Tuesdays. It will be here in the council chambers, so they have that available to us. And we will be posting our LCAP and board and budget for the June 11th, and that will be a robust discussion, I'm sure, as we sit there and we walk you through what those two items are and the major qualities that are happening within our budget and within our LCAP. The LCAP committee is meeting this coming Thursday. They have another meeting set, and Karen's been busy writing. I want to thank her for her work that she's doing on that and working with the committee on some feedback. And I'm sure they'll be bringing that information back to all of you on the 11th. And then just a reminder, not only do we have graduation coming, but we have a brand new field. And so we are taking back dedication of the field temporarily. There are going to be some new rules around the new turf. We have to be careful, some of the placement things that we do on it, we have to be careful with some confetti. So we're gonna be messaging some things out to our family and community, asking you for your help as we take on some new ownership with the field, since it's no longer a grass turf field. It's actually an artificial turf field. So sometimes you have to be very careful with the plastics and what you're doing with it so that you don't puncture things and you don't create other kinds of problems before we get there. So thinking about the heels that students might be wearing, spike heels will be something that probably won't be allowed. Thinking about the confetti machines that might be out there that are popping to be able to celebrate, that stuff gets caught up inside the textures. And so those are things that we, as we work with those kinds of turf fields that are artificial, we have to kind of bring in some new rules and some new regulations because we're taking on a temporary dedication of bringing back for graduation. Families will not be coming directly down, but we're making alternative plans for families to be able to meet. Historically, families have come down on the field. Those might be some changes that we'll be making in the future since it's a different type of a turf, just to make sure that we keep the turf the condition that we want to be able to keep it in for actual play. And so those are some challenges that we have to work with a new field, but something that we definitely want to be able to make sure that we're reaching out and telling our community about. I can tell you Dr. Murphy and his team are planning an extraordinary event for our big high school graduation, along with all of our schools that are having promotional activities, moving from their various respective grade levels into the next promotion type area. And I really want to thank our PTAs and PTOs that are out there really helping to support us, with making these really special activities. They've been working very closely with the principals and with the staff to make this a really celebratory moment for our students and our families. So really grateful for all that. Look forward to seeing all of you out there. And that really concludes all my comments for this evening. Oh, one more. June 9th. We talked at the last meeting about having a special study session around the 7-11 formation and some direction and bringing in our new attorney to be able to work with us and talk about what does our property thing look like? How do we look at our property portfolio? Getting some direction for all of you to be able to have a really robust conversation before we would ever form a 7-11 committee and talking about what our properties look like and be able to give some direction back to both staff and working with our new legal counsel on this. I would like to propose that on June 9th that we would meet starting at 3:30 to be able to talk about that and also be able to talk about the priorities for Measure O. We'd like to be able to bring that back as being an additional piece of that discussion, as you had suggested a couple weeks ago. So, in working with staff and coming up with a plan, trying to get past all the graduation activities, we would like to be able to host a very special study session on June 9th, location to be announced, starting at 3:30 if your schedules allow.
Sounds good. Okay, and with that,
It's a Monday.
I will adjourn the meeting at 9:34.